Good morning. Good morning. It's Monday, July 25th, 2022, and it's a time for another day of custom scenery work in Microsoft Flight Simulator SDK here. We're doing the live scenery editor, and we've got some new stuff to do today, some things I haven't previously done before. I don't know if you can tell by looking, but we've got some serious progress that has been made. I've got pretty much all the taxiways done except for taxiway the Mike side here. All the taxiways on Alpha, Charlie, and everything over here are all done. All the lighting is in as well, and the taxiway lighting, that is. I did the runway lighting for runway 3-2, and redid the runway lighting for 2-3 left, 5 right, so that it has the yellow elements in it now. The yellow lighting, all the runways have the proper lighting, and I'm pretty stoked about all of that. So a big step that's coming in the future is figuring out how to get this part here completed and a fresh ramp views done, so I can fill in the Heiko ramp here and put something that looks like that big old new that hangar in there. Also completing taxiway Mike all the way down to the end of runway 23 left, and not just till Mike 6 here. So lots of things to do. I've got the FedEx ramp in now, the basics, the preliminary part of the FedEx ramp. It's going to extend all the way out here eventually, and this building. But right now there's a big old divot right there, which is really hard to see with this texture problem here. You can kind of see what's going on here. There's a hole there. And again, it's just old DEM data. So the ramp and everything like that isn't flat. I'm gonna have to put a flatten in there. I'm gonna have to do that in a few places, I think. So anyway, today what I want to do is get started on some taxiway infrastructure, lines and whatnot. I've played around with this a little bit. This, what you're seeing right here, is a pretty much a black apron underneath the paint here for the whole short line, and I can do that in a few places to kind of make it look more realistic. No luck yet on the center lines, which are elusive, as best as I can say. Really, they're tough. They're a tough little project. And I was watching DigiDriver last night on his Twitch stream. He was doing his scenery work, and he was talking about that same problem actually with his Kissimmee scenery that he's doing. So if you get a chance to check him out, that is a pretty awesome stream that he runs over there. And in fact, I will put a little bit of I'll put a little link here in the chat window, if I may. Let's see, DigiDriver. There he is. And he's got quite a channel over there. 494 followers, doing some great work. So I was taking part in his stream a little bit yesterday. And there's the link right there. You can follow that link to DigiDriver's Discord, or his Twitch channel. He's got some good content there. Unfortunately, problem with doing Twitch is that it only lasts for 14 days before it goes down. Here on YouTube, it lasts forever. So anyway, before we get real started here, I want to go ahead and thank all the 66 subscribers that we have here on the Snare 17 channel, and it is really for you that I do these streams and these videos. So I'm hoping, just knowing that somebody's getting something out of this is kind of exciting. So without further ado, I don't know if you noticed, but we got the really bright texture issue again, where everything seems to just be super, super bright for the coloration of the surfaces, but it doesn't matter that much today because I'm not actually working with surfaces. I'll be pretty much, hiding them behind so I can see the ground textures underneath, and we can lay some lines down. So with that being said, let's see. I can try one time here. Let's close out this project, and you'll see when we get closer in here, I have the most up-to-date version of my compiled scenery loaded into the sim already. So you can see the colors are much, much darker in the compiled version, which is the one you would put in your community folder. So that's still working properly. Oh, look at that, we got a text message. Family's up in Pennsylvania this weekend, so I sent a little sound clip to my wife to play for the kids, and They were very happy with it. Anyway, so they're up in Pennsylvania for a week, really. So it's just me by my onesies here. So you imagine I might get a few streams in this week and quite a bit of work done, hopefully too, without having the kids kind of nagging at me the entire time. So this is what I want to try to do. I haven't figured out exactly what the conditions under which this phenomena occurs, but as soon as I go into my my scenery and open this up, then hit load in editor. Oh, the textures didn't get brighter that time. Very nice. Okay, so we're in business, guys. So now what we see is what we get, and we like that. Okay, so as I said, I don't know when it's going to do it, when it's not going to do it. So I want to talk about this real quick. This is something I came up with. Now, the important part about doing an apron like this is that you can see it's not completely perfect, but there are some jaggedy edge issues here, and that's really just a product of a painting being on top of it. It does kind of weird things when there's a painted element coming into it. Like you can see the black is sort of bleeding over here on these edges a little bit, and it does the same here on the end too. And so I can't figure that part out. I think it has something to do with just the way that the texturing for these lines is done, have been done. So anyway, and then I got two different kind of examples of ways that I'm trying to think about doing this here, and I think I like the one on the left better. But you have this double edge line here, which is normal. That's what's done at airports for the edge of taxiways. Whenever there's an apron or a shoulder, really, on the side, they do this double line, and that's a double painted edge line. Anyway, what was I saying? So I did something here where I ended the line on the end at the border here to make it look like this had all been painted on top of it. Here I just kept the line there and painted, and all the problem with painted lines is they're all going to be the top layer. No, it doesn't matter what they're going on top of, they will be the top layer, and they will layer on top of themselves. And the way they work is they have transparency, so it's just going to look like they're all crossing and stuff like that, and you get this kind of disgusting look here where they're just both coexisting in the same space, and there isn't one that takes over the other. So the apron doesn't go over the line goes over the apron. So what I've done on the left side is I've just stopped the line at the edge of the apron, which is not hard to do, and I would have to do the same for the center lines and everything too, because the effect that we're going for includes you will not see a line painted over these hold short lines. The hold short lines are like the premier numero uno thing that we want to put in there, and you can see in this example here, let me clear out the let's not draw these surfaces. You can see here is a really good example of what really happens on these, is that these lines don't go through these ILS hold markers here at all. So the same is done here for the hold short. All the lines end up at the big hold short lines and then stop kind of almost as if they're going underneath them. So that's something to work with. So there's two considerations here. Number one is that, yes, we have to do the center lines, and I'm going to have to do numerous center lines, and I'm going to start it right here at the edge. But because what I want to do here ultimately is we're going to go try to do all the way down Taxiway Kilo, all the way down this long one here, and probably end on the other side of this runway. Now, when you get to the runway, you'll notice that the lines don't go straight across anymore. They curve, as those are really turn-off lines from the runway. So if you want to cross over the runway, there isn't a line that goes straight across the runway. That's not a problem. So that's typical. You won't see lines that go straight across runways. So what I'll have to do is end a line. But now, here's another thing that I want to do. So that's the first consideration, is I'm going to do all those lines down there, and I'm going to try to start them and stop them. So there's going to be multiple lines, and the reason I say that is because I'm going to do a line from here to here, because I'm going to draw an apron underneath this line here, which I already put in, and then I'm going to draw a line from here to here, and I'm going to go between all of these elements where the line would stop, and I'm going to stop them and do another one. So there'll be several center lines here, which is not really that big of an issue. It's the same as if it was a big airport and there were just tons of taxiways all over the place. And again, I don't have the black border for them to put in there yet, but we'll figure that out. So yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. And I want to start getting the actual taxiway infrastructure in for like AI movement and stuff like that, and say like, this is taxiway Kilo, this is that taxiway, etc., etc. So I figured out a kind of a way to do that, and then it's going to be a very, very loose. I'm not going to be nearly as strict as I'm going to be trying to match these lines exactly when I put that in. So let's go ahead and do a couple of these. I'm not going to do a ton of them because I don't want this to be a super long video. I am eventually going to do them all on my own. But anyway, so we go into objects and we're going to select the painted line, and we're just going to leave it on default for this part. I could do one click, but I don't really like to do one click, so I'm going to make sure in my hierarchy here, I go to taxiways, Kilo, and now I have lines. These are all lines, and so we're going to just do a line here, and I'm going to make sure that the lines folder is selected, which it is, and hit add. So I'm going to come on down here, left control, let's make sure I get it exactly where I want it. Here, left control, left click, and I'm just going to drag out over to here and go left control, left click, and hit enter. Big surprise there on the enter, I know. And there you go. We're done, guys. There is a straight line, a yellow line from there to there. Whee! Okay, and this is what it will look like with the surface underneath. So if I'm able to figure out the black border part, we'll see if that ever happens, then that would just sort of take the place of this. Now you'll notice when we click the properties of this line, we have an optional material thing. So I can define the material file, the texture file basically for these lines, and right now it's just the default. So that's why we get no, there is no, I'd just pull a material editor piece on there and it would change it. So that's kind of what the basics. So this is how I'm going to try to attack this right now. There are other ways to do this. In big custom scenery that scenery designers, actually I'm going to go ahead and rename this centerline 1, CL1. I'm going to try to do a better job of labeling my pieces here. And with that, I'm going to create a centerline group, rename it centerline. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and place that up at the top. Let's move it up. There we go. Okay, now with that open, there we go. I'm going to add another one right here. I'm going to drag it to there. And then I'm going to start working my way around this curve. And because this sim is awesome with its scenery, see it's curving them for me. Now, this is where I have to turn this surface off again. Oh, it's sort of hard to see. But you can kind of see as I get in close here that it tends to want to lean when it curves, goes around curves, it wants to lean to the inside of these turns. So I'm going to select these vertices and start pulling it back out to kind of recenter it where the actual line would be. So that it really follows that line nicely. Just out just a little bit with this one. Maybe I went a little far with that. And right in there. I like that. Okay. Actually, now this one needs to come out again. We'll go with that. All right, so it's working its way around that curve nicely. So we'll take that element and rename it CL2. And then I'm just going to keep going on and on and on and on and on and on and on like this. Start the next one right in there. And so you can see the sort of fidelity that we're going to be trying to follow with these lines. They're not going to be the smoothest ever, but they're also not going to be super sharp. They're going to look pretty nice, I think, in the sim. As long as I can make it kind of follow this curve as closely as possible, it should look really, really nice in the sim when it's all done. Dial down my mouse speed here. All right, now I think we're in a straightaway, so I'm just going to go down till the next part. I've explained this in the past, but the photo textures kind of get choppy when you get to the real fine points like these lines. You'll notice that there's spots where they are not so straight anymore because there's, like right here is a really good example. You see that there's a split here in this line. That's just the photos kind of being layered on top of each other to try to make a better overall picture. They don't always line up super great. And there's a big section right here where they look very off. But it's really not that far off. All right, now let's just finesse these into place a little bit. Try to make sort of a smoother looking curve. It'll be a little more appealing to the eyes. Luckily, I don't. There's not so many of these curves that I have to spend a ton of time doing this overall in the entire scope of the whole scenery. There's only a couple of them, so I mean these turns are not super common. So the time I'm spending to do this will pay off in the end. Move this one out a little bit more. Careful with that one. All right, that's sort of a product of these not really being in the right spot. There we go. Good morning, Mr. Isaac. How are you today? Good to see you. Happy Monday. Hopefully you've made some good progress with your practicing and your studies. All right, so we're gonna rename this one CL3. Not too many more of these to do. We'll add another one. Oops, I've done something terribly wrong. All right, now we're clicking add. There we go. All right, so this is all straight here, so not too far to go. This will turn out to be a lot easier. CL4. We'll be adding another one. And I'm doing this again just because I plan on adding an apron background to these lines at least to simulate of the black part of it. And CL5. So I want to make sure that they are able to go underneath the black apron that I'm going to put on there and not look funky. These are hold lines for the SMIGS program, the SMIGS profile. So they have little spots on them, like this circle says it has an 8 on it. So that's spot 8. That'll be a compulsory reporting point when we're under SMIGS, which is something that is announced in the ATIS, and airlines should be made aware of that by the airport, that we're on a SMIGS program, which is just really, it's a surface movement sort of non-radar system that we have in place so that we can tell where airplanes are when we cannot actually see them at all out the window. Airplanes are, that is, on the airport. All I'm doing is just these straight portions here. So this one's going down, 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 down until we get to spot 7. Hit enter. CL8. And throw that one in there. Do, 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 do. Spot L. What's this? They're different numbers based on which direction they're going in. CL9er. Start on number 10 here. It's taxiway. Yeah, that's Kilo 1 going into the signature ramp. So we're getting close to the end here. So what, one more spot here before we hit the turn? Yeah. This is CL10. Ugh, that one was terribly off. Now we'll go up to the... Now this one I'm going to actually select... let's stop it here. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, it is. So this is going to be CL11. Because I'm going to add another one right on top of that node. It goes to here, because this is a different type of line completely. Actually, I'm going to go to properties here. I'm going to go, this is an enhanced center line. There we go, enhanced center. So kind of a different look. So for this one in hierarchy here, I'm going to see ECL. That is 12. So enhanced center line. Piece number 12. I guess I can just draw these curves here. It's not going to hurt me. Back to default. Start it there. Now kind of back in curve mode here. You can see on this runway, this one actually doesn't really have a black border. This is an older runway, older paint. I'm sure in more current versions it is updated. They are constantly working on paint on this airport. I think they've been dinged on some things in FAA inspections in the recent past, so they're constantly out there repainting things, because the standards are changing all the time. The FAA loves to just change its standards, airport standards for painting objects. So we got them out working on like hold short lines, enhanced center lines. They do a really good job of keeping the paint fresh. Kind of like an amusement park, you know? You go someplace like Disneyland or Universal or something like that. They're always trying to touch things up and make them look perfect. And I don't think it's not necessarily a pride thing. I think it's just there's actually like rules about how often they have to keep, how the state of which they can keep their painted objects in, like hold short lines especially, because that is cause for accidents. If the painting is not clear and obvious, people are going to crash and die. All right, last one goes down to there. Nice. Doing well. Been hard at work with the rolls still. Good. Decided to sort of start from scratch, and it has seemed to work. Okay, sort of rebuilding. Yeah, you have to do that with all sorts of things from time to time. You go back to square one and just sort of rebuild your definition, because your hands can lose it sometimes, and that's kind of just how it goes. Sometimes you'll lose the feel for certain techniques and rudiments. You just sort of workshop it and get it right back to where it needs to be. That was always the thing for me, is making sure I got the right feel for all the, not just that the beats were necessarily falling in the right spot, but that you get the right sound, the right feel for all of the rudiments and notes that you're playing. it should be something that just sort of rolls off the hands, doesn't feel super tight, doesn't feel stressed, not a lot of tension. Sometimes just being adequately warmed up is really helpful. So it takes me a good half hour to warm up a lot of the times. I just don't play very often, so for me, warming up is a big deal. If I want anything to be of quality, I've got to warm up first. All right, there's that line. Now when we go and turn the surface back on, and look at an inspector, these nice curvy lines onto the runway. Ooh, that one's a little jaggedy. Don't like that. And if you can't see the one underneath it through the texture, that means I'm doing it right. Through the apron. All right, let's take a look at this here. So do I need to maybe add another point? Let's add one more. It is what it is. Now, these yellow lines are going underneath the edge lines here. These, I think I put... That might be an actual runway element. Let me look. Oh, it's not. I don't know why those lines are overriding my yellow painted. Maybe the center line lines are lower in priority than those big white lines. I don't know. Haven't quite figured out how all that works. So there we go. So we have now a white center line, or a yellow center line, including this enhanced center line here. Oh, there's some overlap there. I can see it. Anyway, a line that goes all the way down the center, stops and brakes for these other lines that are going to be in there. Real exciting stuff watching this center line, right? Strong second notes are important. Very important. Go back inspector view here. Now just a chance for some fine tuning here. We'll go select this line, that node. There we go. Looks nice, and so you can see that the black border kind of bled a little bit in there, which is okay. I think it looks pretty darn sharp. I love the way that the grain of the taxiway underneath kind of shines through with the opacity of the apron. Some elevation issues I need to fix here. Oh, so you think your second node is part of the issue with your diddle quality? The pulsing thing? Could be. So taxiing out of the FedEx ramp. We'll take taxi via kilo, follow these lines. Off you go. Lights on either side. This hold short line is not for a runway. This is technically a warning area. Not a warning area, but this is a, what do we call an approach area? A runway 5 right approach area. So when the think when an aircraft is arriving to 5 right, we're not supposed to have an airplane inside of this for safety area issues. So that's what that line is for. So airplane to hold short of that spot. It's the same as a runway hold short line though. And as we come this way, that's a SMIGS line. Then we'll have an ILS critical area line. As you tell, is noted by all the ILS markings that are here. They're everywhere. And up to the hold short line there. That's all Kilo 6 though. So that's how I'm going to do that. Now what I want to do is I want to add the actual taxiway infrastructure. Let's see, back in the scenery mode, I got center lines, blobbity blobbity. Now, this is how this is done a little bit differently. This is kind of something I just discovered last night. We're going to go to taxiway point. We're going to be in normal. And what I want to do is I'm going to go... Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Let's see, I'm going to go add one-click placing. I'm going to click from here. I don't need to do left control. I just need to do a single click. I'm going to go to there. And I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to unclick one-click place. I'm just doing two points. Because you see what happens here. When you do this, and this is the reason we don't use the built-in taxiway properties or objects to draw these, to draw our taxiways, because this is what you get. This is a default taxiway texture that is automatically put in there. So the way this works is you will do 2 points. There's a blue point there and a blue point here. It's hard to see that point because it's underneath this green one. There's a little white dot because that's the one that's selected. But so by making 2 points, and when you do this with the point tool and you do the one-click placement, it automatically draws a path in between. So what you get is a series of taxiway points with taxiway paths in between. Oh, something's weird with my runway here. So actually, you can see them right here now. We got taxiway point, taxiway path, taxiway point. So this first one is the top one. So I got to select all 3 of these. Actually, I want to move them. I'm going to use the move folder to Kilo Lights. So they're in the taxiway folder now. There they are. Lines, lines, lines. Okay, now I'm going to take these 3, select them, create a new, actually, no, I want these back in Kilo. So I'm going to create a new group called Paths. Whew. There we go. Okay, anywho, so this path is the one that I want to select. So I'm going to select the path. It's there, it's in yellow. Left-hand lead singles, I was able to get left-hand 16 note singles at 160 yesterday. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's progress. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to take it and I want to turn off draw surface, turn off ground merging, obviously. And I'm not selecting anything else. It's just a taxi type is the path. You want to let them know it's a taxiway. And then I have to put the path name. This is Kilo. So what I want to do? Yeah, let's put that in there. So that's kilo. Okay. So basically what I've done is I've done the first 2 points and with the first path, and now I've defined what my object is going to look like, what the name of this is, and what the appearance is going to be. I did not turn centerline on. I can do the whole centerline this way if I wanted to, but that gets to be kind of obnoxious. Actually, maybe I should do it like that. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm going to go back to one-click placing, and now the next point that I select will have the same all the same properties as the first one that I just did. See, it's not drawing the outlines anymore. It gets really choppy when you do this for some reason. Heats up CPU like crazy. And now when I get to these objects, I'm going to actually just put it right in the center where that whole short line is. Go to the next one. These are not spots where the airplane needs to stop on the taxiway, so I don't need to put hold short lines necessarily. Maybe I'll put one like right there. Put one like right there. Right there. All right, Isaac, man. Thanks for checking in. Good to see you this morning. Come on back and say hello again when you can. Have a good rest of your day. Let's put another one like here. I'm just making this nice and simple. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Things get really kind of wonky when you're doing these because you see it's not really doing a very good job of loading in textures. Ground textures, that is. So all I'm doing is defining where taxiway kilo is for AI purposes. I'm creating a taxiway network here. All right, I'm going to turn one-click placement off. Oops. Somehow. Put a taxiway path in there. Add. Go. So it's really the path property that matters in terms of defining what the taxiway is going to be called. The dots are just dots. There you go. Now I can see all the taxiway names. Now, one thing I need to look up actually is in the, let's see, MSFS, that's right there. SDK. Content creation, configuration, programming tools, asset creation, developer mode. Taxiway path object, an object element that's used to connect taxiway points and taxiway parking with an airport, as well as create different paths. Things like ground vehicles. When you select the object type, the objects, they will not show any object elements, as the type of path created will depend on the properties and use it is put to. In general, taxiway path objects will be added automatically when you add a taxiway point objects in the scene, and simply clicking the add button with no taxiway point selected will do nothing. Taxiway path objects can also be used with taxiway parking objects and with taxiway sign objects. Please see those pages of documentation for more information on how they are created and used in a scene. Taxiway path objects require one or more airport objects to be present in the scene and must be added to an airport group in the scenery editor. If no airport is present, then they cannot be used. Also note that if they are placed too far away, for example outside the airport object test radius, then they will not be rendered. Properties. The properties for the windows above name, taxiway type. Material. Exclude vegetation markings. Doing no markings. Not doing edge line. Miscellaneous. Wait. Why is the name not? Huh. common name for the taxiway path. Alright, so 0 means any airplane can do it. K just means the name of it. So... Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Okay. Anywho, so we've got some important points here. So we're going to select a specific point here, like this one. You'll see the type, normal. So this is now a hold short. If I click hold short, it's going to create a hold short line. So we don't want that. We want to do hold short, no draw. So an airplane will actually stop short of this now. We'll do the same over here. This point is now a hold short, no draw. Shows you which direction it's going in. Reverse that one. Point. It's worth noting that the normal points will be drawn in blue, while hold short points will be drawn in yellow and have a small arrow to indicate the direction. Orientation. This can be used to set the orientation of taxiway points that is being edited. You can choose one of the following, forward and reverse. So now, theoretically, I could have done all of this. that would be messy. I don't know if I like the way this turned out at all. Bum, bum, bum. Just going through and naming. Make sure all these paths are named Kilo. let's go back, take all the path objects here and make sure that they all say K and not kilo. Change 1, 2, 3, boom. All my paths. Back to there, say K. Alright. So we drew a center line, and now we have a taxiway line as well. I'm not sure how detailed I need to get. Like, I did these curves. Not sure I needed to do that. Let's go down over here. I'm just kind of doing this as all a test basis here. Let's do a runway. All right, this is going to be important. The next part here is important. Back. Let's go to the video. All right. So you can see what I'm looking at here. Watching this little video poo. Just stop the music so we can hear this a little better.
So if I scroll all the way up to the airport, we can say we've got duplicated taxi parking, non-zero, none, and that's because all of these currently have the parking 0 for their number. So we need to give them unique identifiers. So if we just go through here, and I'm going to name them just 1 to 6, like so. So that's removed the object type. Click on the drop down and choose taxiway point. So before we start laying out our taxiways, I'm just going to go over the different ways that you can make taxiways in this game. So if I just click add here, we get the individual taxiway points, and we'd have to control click on those and click create path to link them together. As you can imagine, that could be very, very tedious if you need to do all the taxiway points in an airport. So the quick way to do that is to click on this one-click placing button here. And that gives us a little taxiway point you see that follows your cursor around it, and that's a much better way of doing it. So that's how we're going to be doing it in this video. So first, before we start making our taxiways, just make sure you've got normal selected here and not any of the hold short options. So with one-click placing selected, I'm going to start creating a taxiway along here. So first, I'm just going to create one piece of taxiway path. So as you can see, I've got the 2 points and a path connecting them. If we click on the path to select it, you can see in the properties panel we get a load of options for the taxiway. It's worth setting up the options before you start creating your taxiway paths, because they will take on any of the properties you set in the first piece of taxiway path. So in here, I'm just going to change the taxiway material. So if I click on the material box and go over to the material editor on the right here, select taxiway and taxi asphalt. That's a bit better for this airport. I'm also going to reduce the width down a bit because these are quite narrow taxiways, so something about 25 might be a bit
Now remember,
better.
we just didn't draw any of this.
On a center line, and then I'm going to make that center line lighted. And I'm going to leave off the edges of the taxiway, but you can add those as you want, like so. And there's different varieties of taxiway edges. I'm just going to leave those off, like I said. So with that done, we need to start creating our taxiway again. So if I was just to click one-click placing and start clicking now, we'd get a separate taxiway path, and that's not what we want. So before we do that, you need to select the previous taxiway point, like so. Hit one-click placing, and then carry on clicking your taxiways. And it'll carry on and make the taxiway path like so. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly go through and create all the taxiway paths in this airport. I'll get back to you. There we go. So once you've finished doing your taxiways, you can deselect one-click placing, then you can select things again. So I'm going to come over here and got a little junction here. So what you need to do at a junction is select one of the points that you want to start your path from, enable one-click placing again, and then carry on placing. And you'll see here, if I just zoom in a little bit, we get this nice line coming off there. So I'm just going to take this down to the runway. And I'll do the same for the other side. So select the point you want to start with, hit one-click placing. And now we've got these 2 points here that we need to link up. So I've got this one selected. As you can see, it's highlighted white there. If I control click on the other point, then right click and select create path, it links them up like so. So that's a nice little junction going there.
Good stuff.
Carry on and do that for the other paths as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good for me. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to add the whole short lines to these taxiways. So first, it's a lot easier to do this if you can see the satellite image. So one way to do that is to click on the taxiway path you've got here and select draw surface. First, I'm just going to right click and select all paths, then disable draw surface for all of them. And that way we just take away the material on there and we can see the satellite image here. So I can just very barely see there's a whole short line here, there's another whole short line here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take the points and just align these a little bit better so that one of the taxiway points is over the whole
Look at
short
this.
line.
So this is what I wanted to avoid, is the sort of haphazard way that he just threw these center lines in. They're going to look like garbage.
Point. Go over to the properties panel and then select hold short here. We can see that that's the correct way around, so we've got the solid lines facing away from the runway. And then I'm going to do the one here, and I know that this one is a ILS hold short, like so. So let's just quickly dash over to the other end of the runway and do that one as well. Down here, you can just about see we've got a hold short there. This one is kind of in between 2 points. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the taxiway path. I'm going to right click and split the path. And what that does, it gives you a point along the midpoint of that taxiway path. I'm going to turn that one into my hold short line. And we can see this time, it's the wrong way round. The solid line is pointing towards the runway, not away from it. So what we want to do is come to the properties and just select reverse in the orientation, and that fixes that for us. So I'll come over here and just do the same for this ILS hold short. I'll just move this point out as well, hit the ILS hold short, and I'll select reverse on that. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So we've got our hold short lines here. Whilst we're down here, I'm just going to re-enable all the surfaces on all the taxiways. So there is one important thing that you need to do if you want AI and ATC to work correctly with your airport and the taxiways and the runways, and that is to create a taxiway path that goes along your runway. So how we need to do this is we need to select the taxiway points that are on both ends of the runway, so this one and the one far way down there, and then create a path between them. So first we need to select this taxiway point, and if you're having trouble selecting the taxiway points because you keep clicking on the runway, one easy thing to do is just come over to the senior editor and just close the little drop down above runway, and then you can only click on the taxiway point. So if I select this one and just travel over to the other end of the runway, and then click control and select this one as well, right click and then create path, and we have a nice long taxiway path that goes along here. Next step, we're not done yet, is to click on the taxiway path and change the type to a runway. Now you may notice we've got an error now in the scenery editor, and that's because this taxi path must reference a runway. So we've got an extra option down here now, number, so I'm going to choose 02 because we're on the 02 runway, and that error goes away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to here and I'm going to join up all of my taxiways that are midway along the runway just onto this runway taxiway path. Okay, so they're all linked up now. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to add another taxiway up here, and then we're going to start creating this apron and the parking space. So just like we've done before, I'm going to select the one-click placing and start creating our taxiway off here. I'm going to take it all the way up onto the apron. I can't really see the taxiway lines on the satellite view here. I think it runs about here, so let's just snake this around like that. There we go. Next, we want to add our apron. So if we come over to the Objects panel and select Apron here, we've got three options for the apron. We've got Default, Disk and Square, so the last two are pretty self-explanatory. If I just add these in here, we've got a circular apron and we've got a square apron, like so. This is technically a rectangle, I guess, because you could make it longer like that. But the one I'm going to use is the Default Apron. So this works like the polygon tool if you've used that before. So you'll get a little red dot with your cursor and you have to hold Control and then left click to trace out the area of your apron. So I'm just going to quickly do that. Okay, and then I've got my apron traced out now and I've just got this last point. I'm going to hit the Enter key and that finalizes the apron like so. I've got these ugly taxiways going along here and I'm not sure I want those on here. You could try and match up the textures on the taxiways, but an easier way to do it is just to select your taxiways like so. And then like we did before, to see the satellite image, we're going to uncheck Draw Surface. And there we go. Just going to move that up like that. There we go. That looks pretty good. I think it's time
Looks
to add
good,
some spaces to this airport. So there's a
Wholeheartedly
distinction
disagree.
between the gates and parking in this game. So if we go to the taxiway parking object type, we'll see we've got fuel, we've got gates, we've got ramps, different descriptions. If I just click on the one-click placing, we can see the different types of these. So we've got general aviation.
Moving on.
So there's one last thing we need to do on this airport, and that's to give our taxiways names. So at the moment, everything would work, but if we were to spawn in at one of these parking spaces up here and request taxi to the active runway, we'd get a readback from the ATC controller that sounded something like taxi to and hold short runway 20 via taxiway, and it wouldn't give us a taxiway direction. And if you want to make your airport as realistic as possible, it's nice to be able to add taxiway names as they are in the real world. So how we do that is in the taxiway path properties at the bottom here. We've just got the name box and we just type a letter in there, and then that will come up
just
on
a
the
letter.
taxiway readout as like via taxiway alpha bravo, etc. So a quick way to do this, rather than having to click through each of these manually, each segment, and adding the taxiway name, if you select part of the path you want to name, so for example this one, you right click and you select linked paths, that will select the taxiway path all the way between 2 points. So between this one here, because that's the runway, and between that one because it starts at a junction, so it just selects this straight edge. I'm going to call this taxiway alpha.
Nice.
And if I come over here and select this one down here, I could call this one, for example, taxiway bravo. So on. You give all of your taxiway names, and then when you get routed to and from parking spaces, to and from the runways, the ATC controller will give you correct taxiway directions. So I'm just going to go do that and do that across my whole airport. Okay, so I've finished off adding all the taxiway names, and one quick way to verify that you've done that correctly is if you come over to the scenery editor up here and you've got the rendering option, click that and you've got an option for taxi name, and that will show you just an overlay of all the letters of the
Which we have activated.
So I've got my taxiway A, which is my main one, I've got taxiway Bravo, Charlie, and that goes all the way up to the apron over here as well. I've also got some extra options in here which are nice, like taxi whip and airport names. I'm just going to toggle those off for now. There are more useful options as well. Under options, airports, you can toggle on draw debug and you get a load of extra options, and this also works when you're not in the scenery editor. So for any airport in the world that you're at, you can toggle these on and check out what's going on at their airport. So that's pretty much it for adding taxiways, aprons and parkings to our airport. We should be ready to do a little test flight now. So I'm going to build this package, I'm going to load it into the sim, and I'm going to restart and jump into the flight. So see you in a minute. Okay, so I'm loaded back into Flight Sim here, and I'm just in the world map. And as we can see, I've got my airport that I'm editing selected. And if I just open up the drop down for the spawn point here, we can see we've got all the parking spaces and the gates that we created. And here we got the 1L and the 1R from those suffixes that we added to those ones. So I'm just going to spawn.
All right, we're going to call that end of that part of it. Okay, so got a good idea of what we got to do here. Okay, so from this point, I want to take from this point and draw onto, let's do draw debug off. There we go. I want to make kilo 6 go from here to hall. So I'm going to start at this point. Taxiway point is what I want to select here. Go one-click placing. There. 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 All right, now we'll unselect one-click placing. Now select that, select that. That. All right, 3 taxiways. This is K6. Still a taxiway, still not drawing paths. There we go, kilo 6, kilo 6, kilo 6. This is a hold short. Good. Hold short, no draw. ILS hold short, no draw. Directions are correct. Down here, I'm going to go and normal. So I think I had a good instinct when I did all this, knowing that I would have to make junctions. And so putting a whole bunch of different points in. Anticipating that there would be junctions later. Junction there. All right, and we'll turn that off. Now I'm going to click this, so I have that point selected. Selecting that point. Right-clicking, create path. Good. Now selecting that one. One clickety blobbity blah, not add, not add. Selecting that one. One click. One there. Why didn't this work? Draw this straight onto the runway. Select that one. Select that one. Create path. Why are we not creating a path here? All right, taxiway path. Add. There's a point. There's a point. Select the two of them. Taxiway path. Add. There we go. Jeez Louise. Okay. Select all paths. We don't want anything drawn. All right, these are both alpha. This is hold short, no draw. Good. This is alpha. All right. Oh, I messed something up. Okay, so select that point. That point, right click, select parent. I don't know. Let's do the paths. Let's try a different method here. All right, select that path, that path, right click, linked path. There we go. So all these linked paths. Why am I not getting a proper oh man, these are all over the place. Ugh, it just puts these in all these different spots. It just put them randomly. All right, let's try this again. Let's delete all this. This is what happens when you don't put the folder infrastructure in first. Pay a little more attention here, Chris. Come on. All right, all these taxiway thingies are gone. Where are these, though? Okay. Well, that's a relief. Now, does the Kilo 6 stuff still look okay? Yeah, that one does. Hi. Okay. One click place. One there. No, that didn't work at all. Taxiway point is what we want. Okay. Alpha. Alpha. Hold short. No draw. Good. Okay. Now from here, taxiway point. One click placing. Ugh. Doing it again. Okay. Now what I need to do is get out of this stinking folder. Of taxiway kilo. Lines done. There we go. Alpha is where I want to go. Okay. Maybe I should just do all of these in one folder. Yeah, so I can take this and just go taxiways, paths. Okay, let's just do it that way. That will be way easier. Put signs just right in there. Signs, paths. Let's just do, check that off. Do paths right now. Okay. As before. This one is a hold short, no draw. There. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. I did not do that correctly. Anyway, I gotta put that there. Be done for now. This is the one that has to be the hold short, no draw. This one is just normal. Okay. Okay, that one and that one are both alpha. Okay, so now we have this point, and we can go all the way down to this point and say create a path. No. That point. That's good to know. All right, the bottom one is the one we want there. So we're going to click here, down to the bottom, click here, right click, create path. There we go. This type is Runway. And it's linked to Runway 5, right? Thank you. Which got rid of our yellowy, because now it's saying, hey, you've got taxiways, but nothing's linked to your taxiways. That's why that's yellow. So now that there is something there, it's our type of Runway. Makes it white. Well, it was already white, but anyway. Now we've got the runway path. Okay, and I don't need to select the runway. Good. Nice. Okay. So that's lovely. Okay, and anyway, continuing. Back to this one. Adding. Undo. Back to this one. One click placement. That's what I wanted. And now we say we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bingo. Bango. Bongo. Okay. So we'll start with that one. And we'll go down to that one. Alpha. All right, so these are all alpha. This is now a hold short no draw. It's in the correct direction. Splitting these paths. Oh, that's just a normal. So I guess what it's looking for is it wants to find a node that's somewhere inside of the runway box. Which we've established, I think. That's good stuff. Okay, so this is all taxiway alpha. All the way through there. Boy, this folder is going to go on and on forever. One-click placing. There. 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 Actually, I guess that one's not as important, right? There. 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 Stop there. Now, that one. And that one. Right click. Linked paths. No. Okay, my bad. This is taxi again. Alpha. All right, lock the rest of alpha, please. Oh, there's no path between those two. I have errored. Eek. Okay. Anyway, path selected, path selected, path selected, path selected, path selected, 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 selected. I'm left control, left clicking these paths. Turning off draw surface. These are all taxi paths. Very good. And they're all taxiway alpha. Now where I ran into issues was this one, and this one. These are taxi paths. These are alpha. Good. I'm going to tell it that this one is a hold short, no draw. Reverse. Hold short, no draw. Reverse. Hold short, no draw. Forward. Okay. Now from this point, you're going to link this point, right click, create path. Didn't work. Okay. This point is going to be linked to well, let's do this. Please tell me this didn't get all messed up. Okay, it did not. This point and this point. Right click, create a path. There we go. This path is a runway. Linked with 1.4 and none. I don't know what that means. It just calls it by its primary name. So 5 right is the primary runway that it's going to select. Very good. Oh, this is getting complex. So this is all kilo, kilo, alpha. Don't wanna be your monkey ranch. Oops, I'm not allowed to do that. We couldn't possibly. All right, taxiway point, 1 click. Off. Turn it off if you want to. This is kilo 1. I guess I'll call this ramp. Path. off. Type paths. No names. All right, signature ramp. Let's see how this works. Parking path, good. Parking path, good. All right. Oy vey, oy vey. Okay, I think I have now successfully created taxiways, paths connecting to the two of these runways. And let's see, where is the 5 left, 2 3 right? Still not connected. Ooh, I see what I did here. So all of this goes in the paths folder. Move. Very good. Gotta keep these things organized. Alright, save that whole hierarchy. Alright, so these taxiway paths here are what color? I don't know. I don't know. Sort of light blue. Runway paths are light blue. These are like aqua. Runway paths light blue. Parking paths dark blue. Regular paths, that is dark blue. Okay. Parking paths green. Is that what that is? Yep. All right, let's publish. Building package. One skip, two done, no failed. Good. Okay. So we are at the point now where we can close. I'm going to test this a little bit. Sorry this is taking so long. This is important work. These are important steps we're taking here. Back to main menu. Go to custom files. Packages. Click and drag that in. Replace. It's just out of curiosity. Are these getting large here? BGL is just 140 kilobytes. Content info. That's pretty small. Small package. The compiler really does a nice job of kind of simplifying things and really just breaking it all down to its simplest form. Doesn't need to carry things like the whole hierarchy of the folder system and everything into the package. Give this a shot. See how this goes. See if in my little Cessna, if I can call for taxi instructions and get instructions to the runway. I think my thermostat thinks I'm not home because I've been sitting in here for a while. Yeah, it has gotten a little toasty in here. To the world map. Oh, wait. One thing I want to check first is I don't think I've been very good about keeping the air traffic control on. Huh. Well, let's see what happens. KGSO. Piedmont Triad. Ramp GA small. Fly. All right, so this will be the most up-to-date compiled version of our scenery. And we'll see. We've added taxi paths on there, so now we should have ATC coverage that will take us to the runway from the taxi spot. I don't know how well it'll work, but we'll give it a try. And we should also, I think, therefore, have a center line on this. Yep, there it is. Oh, I had a bunch of these undrawn. Oh, well. I gotta fix that. I ticked off the draw surface mark on instead of just hiding it, and it has disappeared. The textures. That's right. The surfaces are still technically there. Okay, so here we are in our parking spot. Inside our little airport, or airplane, that is. And turn a little battery on. Parking brake is set. Actually, where's the fuel selector? All right, it's on. Clear. It's in slight. All right. Avionics turn. This is just a default 152. All right, so now I should be able to come up here to this menu. ATC menu on. Kilo 1, Kilo 6. Beautiful. Now, how do I get it to show me? Okay. Where is my voice for this? Sound. I didn't hear any text to speech. I don't know about you guys. So put 2-3 left. That's a good sign. Look, there's one of my taxiway signs. Even in real life, these things are hard to taxi. First time actually flying in my scenery. So much for excluding buildings. That does not seem to have worked. The buildings and the vegetation have returned. They're not supposed to do that. But it's actually okay, because I'm going to want them eventually anyway. It's natural to need to just add in a little bit of right rudder when you're taxiing. Oh, this is exciting. So this was the thing that kind of was the impetus of this whole project from the very beginning, was getting realistic taxiway names. And so now it says Kilo taxi to runway 23 left, hold short runway 23 left using Kilo 1, Kilo 6. So it said taxi 2 and hold short of runway 23 left using taxiway Kilo 1, Kilo 6. Terrible phraseology, taxi 2 and hold short of. It should just be runway 23 left to taxi via Kilo 1, Kilo 6. Hands-free, everybody, and using rudder pedals, which I always have plugged into my PC. My honeycomb yoke and throttle are not always plugged in. The rudders are really easy to just keep under the desk and plugged in all the times. Little chevrons are showing us the way. Look at how nice these taxiways look. Let's get the inside view here. It's all idle taxi. Okay, now I didn't do this curve yet, so it just wants me to go. Alright, it just, yeah, it's expecting me to just do a straight line turn here. Like a 90-degree angle turn. Saying taxi 2 and hold short, so it knows there's a hold short line here. And we hold short. Where is that going? What? Timber 29R2. Wind column departing straight out. Approved. Runway 23 left click for takeoff. All right, looking good. For some reason, sound inside of the aircraft is a lot quieter than outside of the aircraft. That's in the runways. All right, all appears to be working. Did we get the bright textures? Did we get the... No, we didn't. Good. Okay. All right, so now that we've done that, can hop into developer mode here. Wondering why on earth am I seeing all these buildings and whatnot? Open project. Wonder if I accidentally deleted that polygon again. I did! The exclusion polygon has disappeared. How convenient. And my textures are the wrong colors again. How lovely. Uh, all right, so that's not what I wanted. Let's keep all those paths there. Alpha, apron. Wait a minute. I deleted my dang taxiway. Wow. This whole taxiway was deleted. Was delete. That stinks. All right, but everything else seems to be there and showing now. How on earth did I do that? It's probably when I was going through and deleting the taxiway paths. Don't I feel stupid? Well, let's save that. Man, I do some stinking silly things. Somehow I deleted a taxiway. At least the apron for the taxiway. All right, so I've saved. Let's go ahead and close. Open. So I deleted my exclusion polygon and a taxiway. Fantastic. All right, so oh, it just came back. I really wish you would stop doing this, Sim, with the texture colors. Ugh. Don't do it, 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 don't change the color of the textures. Oh, whew. I don't know what the I don't know what the rhyme or reason is for why that happens. Well, I've got another taxiway to create at some point. Well, anyway, you've seen us get some work done today. We've got some centerline down kilo. We've got some basic gosh, I can get that dang exclusion poly back in there again. That's so frustrating. Just so frustrating. taxiway paths you see drawn in now, in addition to the line. So I can hide the paths, and then we can see just the center line. Still debating whether I should just do it all as one thing or not. I don't know. Yeah, see, this is why this happened. So not totally sure if that node is necessary for this. I should take this. Delete this one. I could go objects. Point, one click. To there. There. All right. Rendering taxi names. Kilo 6, Kilo 6, Kilo 6. Good. Okay. Let's do one between this point and that point. So this will be ILS, hold short, no draw. Good. It's reversed. Let's just make that part a kilo. FedEx ramp. There we go. Don't want to be clicking on it, deleting it by accident, as I have already done today with Taxiway Alpha. Alright, so these are all type path. This is actually Juliet 7. Surprised they didn't put like a movement area type of thing. Okay. So now what if I was to do this and go say centerline? Oh, look how junky that looks. It's nice and round. That's for darn sure. It's not bad, actually. Why did it do that? He's buying the stairway to heaven. So all I'm doing here is adding these little curve parts. Creating the paths for the turns. So those are both Juliet 7. Those are both Kilo. Okay. Did this weird thing where it taxied me back out here for some reason. I don't know what to say about that. Okay. Juliet 7 kilo. Good. Kilo. Juliet 7. Juliet 7. Okay, so let's hide all that. Zephyrus, good to see you, my man. Very good to see you, sir. Welcome to the fun show. That's where we're at right now. This show is all fun all the time. Making some big moves here today, my man. Some big moves. For the first time, we've got Taxiway centerline. It goes on something. Onto that runway. We got all the way down Taxiway Kilo. I put an enhanced taxiway line in there. And I've been working with taxi paths so that we can get the taxi, like the in-game ATC and the AI and everything like that, taxiing along the correct runways, or the paths and stuff. So we've got that going for us, making some progress, as they say. I just realized I don't think I put any transparency on this apron. That's a problem for me. Let's see, apron. I did not. The opacity a little bit. Does that help coloring? A little bit, and you can sort of see the yellow line underneath it now a little. Okay. So here, I'll show you what the paths look like here. all these points. So the way it does it is it defines a taxiway by, let's say, taxiway point, and a path in between. So there's an object for each of those points and each of those paths on the inside of them. So there's points, paths, and it's all because maybe I've made it a little bit too detailed. But anyway, right now, this is what we're looking at. So I've got all these little lines. It's just a beginning, but around all of these things, I've got to say, okay, this is taxiway kilo, this is taxiway kilo, this is taxiway kilo, this is taxiway kilo. I have to name every little segment of them, and that's kind of becoming a pain. So in the ramp, you don't have to name them anymore. It's not really important. Planes are just going to use these paths to get to the taxiway they need to the taxiway structure. You can tell there's a difference in path because the path, the wireframe is blue, and the taxiway is green. Sort of, actually, it's a much lighter blue. I got it on the mode where it shows you all the lettering, so you can tell that all the segments are lettered properly. Oh, I need to add some nodes there. So anywho's, I got it, so I have it so that taxiways go onto the ramp. They connect for the very first time. I connected it to my parking spot here. This one's a green one. Green ones are for parking, so that shows that that parking spot is connected to the taxi structure. Yeah, it just creates a tons of objects, which make the, you always worry about there being too many of these objects. So what I'm working on now is trying to figure out how big of a deal are these turns. So the thing is if you make, like here, I've got it so that going from taxiway kilo to alpha, it has these big turns, and so I drew the center. I'm drawing center lines by hand, and then I could use the taxiway default ones in like these paths. I could say like, oh, I'm gonna select this path here. It's just this segment of path, and I could say draw center line, and like boom, it puts a center line on there. Nice yellow center line. Pretty nice, right? Not too bad. That's all nice, well and good, right? Until you start saying, well, okay, well now I want this one, this one, this one. Now there's this curved part. Let's draw a center line to that. And it junctions here with this part of the taxiway. Oops, it doesn't connect. So that is pretty much a case in point of why I don't want to draw center lines on my taxiways by default, because it won't put them in the right spots. It doesn't let them connect, and so I'm going to have to do all that myself. So yeah. So, but I have to put a little bit of curve at least in these taxiways, or the taxiway paths, because else if I just did the 90-degree angle thing, then the airplane would literally just come straight here, then do a hard turn and, do a hard turn and it's kind of a rotation, and then keep taxing. This way they can kind of keep their curvy thing going on, and I'll do the same here. Now what I don't want to do, I think, is make it so that this taxiway here intersects with the runway. Because if it intersects here with the runway, then you're going to get I think you'll get a situation where the planes will, shortest distance, come here, turn, and then go off, instead of following these turns. So I'm not letting the straight across part actually intersect with the runway path, because I don't want anybody trying to go down the runway, and that, well, I don't know, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's split this one. And select these. Delete that. Select that point. Delete that. And that deleted the path as well that it was associated with. All right, now let's move this node. Select there. Select that one and that one. Now we're going to right click, create a path. There's our path. Select this node again. Now select that node. Right click, path. Okay, so this is now, okay, we don't want it to be Runway. That's Taxiway still, and this is still Taxiway Kilo. Good. This one is also showing us Runway. Now we show it as Taxiway. Call it Kilo. All these Runway property ones don't, it's 14. That one's 14. Good. It's still the same Runway. So now they can go there if they like. I think by default the sim would just say, oh, straight angle, straight angle. Split that path. There, come on down to there. Say between this one, create another new path. Select that path. What is going on here? There we go. Select that path, split it. This down to there. Select that path, split that path. Down to there. Select that path, split that one. There. I can take these two here. Say these are both Kilo 1. These two here are Kilo. One more split. Okay. Now take this one here. This one here. Create a path. Select that path. Split it. This is Kilo 1. This one is Kilo. There, I like this method because now I can split it and all of its little babies will be named correctly. By default, I don't have to do it multiple times. By default. Good. So what I'm going to have to do is spend a bunch of time just observing what goes on. All right, let's get really interesting here. All right, let's close all this taxiway stuff up. Go to terminal ramp. Terminal ramp back on. Let's go to object, taxiway parking. Gate. Add. Go. Name. Gate number. Is that 27? 29, something like that. Let's say it's gate 29. Oh, that's not right. So it's 31 B. Huh. Good. Do 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 do. Okay, so let's taxiway points. One click. There. Let's turn that off. Now, this one, this, oops, no, no, no. This, 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 this. This is all path. This one is a taxiway. That is Juliet 3. Heck, even this is Juliet 3. This is actually technically Taxiway. Take this one. Split that path. This one, split that path. This one, split that path. As I figured, it did not do anything with this until $31B. That's what we want. Oh. What are you doing today, Zephyrus? Assuming you're still there. Anything interesting happening? I'm just sort of experimenting with this here. Yep. I'm in. Also have to get in the night shift pattern. I have a night shift tonight. So it's connected. Has number marking. Edit position. Didn't take that, did it? It didn't like that number. What does it do when I do that? Nothing. Nothing. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some research. Figure this out. Oh, jet links. Jetway now. Okay. Maybe that's why it doesn't have all this. What has happened here? Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't need that. Add a link. Interesting. Don't want that. Jetway object again. Mega link. Ah. Oh. Microlink. No. Add link. All right. Default sim object. Just don't feel like that's what I really wanted. How do I make this thing longer? Okay. Not exactly sure what this does. Maybe if I do that. Ah. Let's see, it's also put a worn spot there. Learning drums this week. Very nice. Still terrible, but slightly less terrible. Yeah, well, I think we're all terrible to some degree. And the idea is get less terrible. Be less terrible, maybe a little less terrible every day, right? Now the breath is gone is one. Hold my breath as I wish for day. Okay. Now the sky is one. There we go. Gosh, wouldn't it be nice if this was a little bit bigger? That is dinky. And it doesn't even really connect right. Alright, so now we can click here again. Let's edit this position. What kind of music are you trying to play? Like, what are you? How are you practicing? And like, what are you practicing? I guess is a good. It's an even better question. Messing around playing along with stuff, but I've reached the point where I need to learn some actual techniques to make sense of stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, you'll need to learn how to play different patterns and move around the drums a little bit better. That is the hard part. Some polyrhythms and things like that. Alright, my first gate with the jetway. Wish there was a way I could elongate this. But there doesn't seem to be. We're learning all sorts of things today. Alright, back in the editor. Yeah, hide the apron. That's a good start. .98. There we go. See. Alright, this is gate medium. Also just easy rock music to start with. Spent 20 years learning music by ear on guitar before bothering to learn any theory. Turns out it helps like a lot. Yeah, it does, man. It's boring as heck to just learn like straight out of a book or something like that, though, because you're not really interacting with the instrument the way you really want to. So taking a proper class or something like that, learning from an actual teacher is really the way to do these things. But yeah, like playing the drums, technique is very much in the hands. So you need someone that's critiquing your hands. It's really hard to just read something and say, "Oh yeah, I'm doing that right." But when it comes to actually playing like music and stuff like that, as long as you know how to read music, then that part's a lot easier to keep up with, I find. There we go. That's how we want to do it. Pink Floyd has been good for learning basic stuff. Good drummer, but never shows off. So it's yeah. Pink Floyd in terms of drum music, it's very impactful, but it's not super involved. I find. I like Pink Floyd a lot. Floyd. All right, I think I've got everything I need for this gate. It's gate 31B. Alright, so now if I save that... Oh, we have an error. What is that error? Oh, it's an errant path, which hath been fixed. It's Taxiway, Juliet 2. Okay. Now I can save it properly. Now I'm curious as to if I build the package. 1 skip, 2 done, no failed, good. And then we close all this. Main menu. the same way that every guitar solo is one of a handle of scales strung together, all the fancy fills are just the rudiments strung together. That's true, but it's not just rudiments. When you play with multiple drums, like if I just play a snare drum, that's rudiments. Okay, for the most part, it's just rudiments. There's a little bit musicality to it in terms of selection of types of what part of the surface you're playing on. A rudiment, for instance, playing in the center of the drum versus the edge of the drum, are not, the difference in that is not a rudiment. Playing a rim shot versus a non-rim shot versus like a skank or something like that. It's really hard to explain what that is, but it's when you play like, do I have my drumsticks? So you got your drumstick is my hand, right? And you hit it on this part of this part hits the rim versus the meatier part down low hitting the rim. Makes a higher pitch bing instead of a bonk. If that makes any sense. That's very technical speak, by the way. So yeah, that makes a big difference. And let's see, I want to make sure I get a airliner. Do I have airliners at all? Have I removed them? Okay, so let's do this. Let's quit. Let's do that, and then we'll go into add-on linker. Because I actually do need to pull the latest version in. Okay, aircraft. Let's put the old PMDG in there. Let's make sure we're all updated via Navigraph. Everything's good. It's been a while since I actually went in and worked with this. All right, ops, operation center. Did I not download the operation center? That doesn't seem right. Downloads. Firefox is like, yeah, let's not do that. Okay. 2 notifications. Update deliveries found. Aircraft updates available. Go to updates. Well, let's update that darn airplane. I mean, what are we waiting for? So I have 3.0.24 and that's 3.0.29. Haha. Well, I know a new version is supposed to come out soon. So yeah, drum solos are not just rudiments. The act of playing around the drums inside of rudiments is a skill in itself, and it's something that playing a rudimental drum where you're actually just playing a single drum and playing rudiments on that versus playing multiple drums is very, very different. Drum selection is very different, and then there's the different surfaces. You got playing cymbals versus actually playing drum heads, skins, whatever we like to call them. Bass drum technique is all very, very different. I stink at bass drum, but at the pedal, I'm not used to that at all. I'm very much not a great set player at this point. I need to practice a lot more, but integrating my hands and my feet, I'm very good with this, with moving the hands, but using feet along with that is a mind trip for me, because that is not the same. That's completely different type of drumming for me. It's fun though. All right, which ones need updates? Flight simulator model variant. That one. Southwest needs an update. Well, let's update Southwest, shall we? All right, that is updated. Okay, so the Ops Center says everything is back and legit. Now, refresh. Close that out. Start the sim. Right, separate right hand from right foot. Yeah. So in marching drumming, you step off on the most groups will step off on the left foot. So you get used to attacking. The first attack is with your right hand, and your first step is with your left foot. It's kind of screwy. Also, using the left hand for your snare is kind of screwy to me too. I'm not left-handed. I'm right-handed, but for some reason, I feel less precision with the left hand attacking the snare drum than I do with the right hand. But then my hi-hat work on the left hand is just garbage, so that makes sense why it's done that way. But yeah, so getting used to going around the drums a lot of times starts with a left hand attack, and I'm used to everything almost exclusively being a right-handed attack. So it can all just mess with you. I guess that's what it's there for. These things are not meant to be easy. All right, let's throw a Delta 737 in there. Flight conditions. I want all players, live traffic, live weather. Why not? Let's just throw everything at it here. As we go to KGSO, Piedmont Triad International Airport, and we're going to park at Gate 31B. See what happens. This might take 10 minutes to load. Oh boy. I just realized that I just updated the PMDG plane and it's going to take all day to load up. This happened on DigiDriver's stream yesterday. He was trying to load the fly-by-wire A320neo and it would not load. He sat there for 15 or 20 minutes and it just wasn't loading. So he flew the defaults A320. Oh man. Oh man. It hurts my heart just to even think about somebody doing that. Hurts my soul deep in my bones. Oh, has it? I don't fly the fly-by-wire anymore, so yeah, I don't fly the Phoenix either. I just don't fly. I don't fly much because I'm working on this scenery, and we're getting down to some really good details at this point of things that are like, how well does this plane work? How well do planes work with my simulator? That's the kind of the level we're getting to, and I'm starting to put paint down, and so it's getting to be pretty cool. But yeah, so it hasn't allowed for a whole lot of flying. I just did a lap sort of around the airport a little bit in a Cessna 152. That thing is a piece of junk. It doesn't fly right at all. So, but anyway, so we're making progress on the scenery. We're getting to some really good points, some really exciting points. I've added a couple, like four taxiway signs in. So I started getting a little experience with that. And I'm going to try to do the distance remaining signs. I don't know for the runways, that is. The runway distance remaining signs. I don't know how well that's going to work. They didn't include an option for that. And I haven't gotten any response from the development team about like why there isn't one. But I don't know. They don't seem to be in a big hurry to implement things of that nature. AirVenture this week, everybody. I know several people that are either going or are already there. Yep, we're getting the long 10-minute load. I think I loaded into the default one time, like right when the sim came out, and could not figure out how to turn it on. It didn't work. Like, it just sat there. There is no way to do anything with this airplane. And I think is that it was after several tries of just trying to of loading in on a ramp with the default A320, and there's like not many add-ons at all out at that point. And looking around, it's like, well, this looks pretty cool, but I can't fly. So I think I hopped into like a Skyhawk or something like that and went flying around. But I could never figure out how to get that A320. I think the click spots weren't working right or something. So I swiftly uninstalled. Like, this is a piece of junk. Yeah. And so it was a few months before I ever came back. I'd keep coming back to it, see like, oh, does this work better? Does this work better? And as things started to work better in terms of like being able to fly the airplanes, it felt more realistic as they made a couple updates. Then I was like, all right, I'll give this a try. And once add-ons really started becoming available, the fly-by-wire I think was really the thing that brought me into the sim again, like for like a full-time regular basis. Because before it just wasn't really worthy of much of anything. Wasn't really any good high-quality add-on that really felt like an airplane. So if it's default, I just assume the only way is control E. I think I did control E it, and then it's like, wow, I just started up, and working with the FMS was a piece of junk too. It probably still is. So, like they say, oh, we're gonna model all these things, but they really don't have any idea what those things are or how they work or how someone who actually uses those things regularly, like a pilot, would actually use them and what they think is important. They don't know anything about the actual experience of flying these airplanes. So I've lamented these things many times before, so I'm just repeating myself, but Asoba doesn't know beans about aviation. All right, here we are. The aircraft hath loaded. How's it look here? What are we seeing? What are we seeing? That's the important part. Okay. Parking looks good. We're at the front tee. Very nice. I really like the way that lined up, actually, with the... But I don't like the way it's set up all that well. That much. Front tee. Whatever. Set that door line up with where the jet bridge is. Okay. So, the test here is... We've got this aircraft just sitting on ramp. Alright, it seems to be in a state that I can get into the actions menu, the ground services. What do we have for batteries and stuff? Don't need that on. Alright, so I want to release the ground power. Just on battery right now. Send the stairs away. Oh, that animation is not awesome. Yeah, I actually see placards this time. All right, I want jetway entry. Good. Ground services, page 1. I don't want a GPU card. I want external pit power or whatever that is. There it is. Connecting. It's connected. All right, so now we come back up here. All right, everything comes back on. All right, here's the moment of truth. Can I get this jetway to attach to this airplane? And for my next trick, request. All right, that worked. Still think this airplane is just too far forward. Like, we should probably be parked a little further back. Yeah, this probably is the first. This is the first time I've seen it from an aircraft parked at the gate anyway. This is all the default buildings. I have somehow deleted a couple of objects by accident the last time I was working in the editor. I feel like a bit of a dummy. What's this guy doing? Is he a wing walker? There should be 2 wing walkers. It's a FAA requirement that there are 2 wing walkers now. One on either wing. Too far forward. I mean, I understand that we're right on the T, the front T, but I'm not sure 737 should be on that front T. So flying a Kodiak out there. Scrat. It's 503. It's really funny looking at being on these multiplayer things. That's windy. Being on the multiplayer, having the multiplayer stuff turned on and seeing what other people's names are. Like, I wonder, I'm probably Snare 17-4830, something like that. LaMarcia. LaMarcia. That's a name right there. Alright, I'm looking in Google Earth to see if I can get right on top of these numbers and read what they say. What does it say? I don't know. Really say anything. Okay, I think we're just parked too far forward. Should probably be back on like that third one. This is probably more for like the MD-80 or something. It's front T. Whoa, whoa, what just happened? Ugh, don't do that to me. So, this little overhang here is kind of causing a little bit of an issue because there shouldn't... This actually... get a drone view here. Ooh, it's so cool looking. So you can see that the round of this, the center is over here. I've got the centered here. It should be over there. But then almost all of this part is in the building because this overhang doesn't actually exist. So there's that. See, it's too tall. Should be sunken into the ground a little bit. Its doors are not touching the ground as they should. Actually not a bad model though for what it is. All these doors should be touching ground. Wonder how one might fix that. Well, I don't have control of the objects because they're default. There's no way to touch those. Alright. Anyway. What? What's going on here? How did I get on? What? How have I gotten any of this? That's the reverse patented belly cam there. There we go. Strange. Okay, so the jetway is on. Now to have some fun, let's call ground. And say, hey, I'd like to taxi. Depart to the west. Juliet 3, Kilo 6. Good. Phraseology. Taxi 2 and hold short of runway 23 left using Juliet 3, Kilo 6. Contact tower 11 right. Taxi 2 and hold short of. Nobody uses any phrasemacology like that. Okay, so does it paint the... No, it does not. Okay. So back into settings, general option. We want accessibility. That's not right. That's not what I want. Assistance options. That's what I want. Okay, so piloting. No. Navigation aids. There we go. Taxi ribbon. Turn that baby on. Dev cam. So it's following the curvature of the taxiway. Very nice. And it's gone around that way. Why isn't it gone that way? I probably don't actually have that round in there yet. Okay. Follow Kilo. Good. Oh, it only draws it a certain distance from the airplane. That makes sense. Okay, but anyway, it took the right path. Got me out of there. Juliet 3, Kilo 6. That's exactly what I wanted to see it say. So, see the bonehead move I made? Well, I deleted this taxiway somehow. That's part of the taxiway. That took me a while to make, too. Ugh, I'm gonna have to redo that. Man, this thing's starting to look good, if I do say so myself. Look at that runway. I redid all the markings on this runway, too, a couple days ago. Really, that was not something that was on stream, so nobody saw that. We had all these taxiways over here. Now, what I haven't done is I haven't done the parts that go into these ramps, because I have to redo all these ramps. I haven't done the cement, the port cement part, or this port cement part, because I have to, that takes more work. And then I haven't done this cement part either, because this is all going to be extended down here to come to the end of 2-3 left, so until I can find pictures for that, I'm not modeling that. What I have done, however, that looks cool. Doesn't that look cool? I think that looks cool. Of course, it's jet bridge. Oh, the jet bridge has disconnected itself. Why has it done that? Alright, back into the plane. I say again. Back into the plane. Request. Oh, there it goes. Oh, now it's like, no, no thanks. There it comes. Aside from the fact that I'm parked too far forward. So, this is already more functional than the default scenery, because the default scenery puts the jetway right on top of your parking spot, and it won't move away. So this is already way better. I don't like the way when it retracts. I don't like how it does that. I wish I could just keep it long like this to start with. Have like a default like starting position. Say it. I want it stretched out this far to start. But that looks alright. Okay. And I want this thing back further. This is too far, too close. Rotating beacons on right now. It's driving me mad. What's this? Oh. Do we have an actual AI aircraft coming in? Aircraft is descending. Let's look on ForeFlight and see what it's doing. Maps. So it's like right over the airport right now. Three one Papa Romeo is going to Martinsville. Okay. Just north of the airport. Oh, Tombo. Gotta. There are some airplanes in the airspace. Alright, we got a Piedmont landing Greensboro. No, that one lands Roanoke. Darn it. What is that noise? Not sure what. Oh, is that it? Out of 2428 going to San Antonio. What's this? What's this? Blue Street going to from Birmingham. Alright, it's starting to load the traffic in now. Where's the Greensboro traffic, though? I'm wondering if it won't do the AI traffic because there's no gates available. I wonder if it's a function of parking, available parking. Whoa, what has happened here? Yeah, it's just very strange. I'm in the dev camera, so that probably has something to do with it. Okay, let's see. So, general options, go to traffic. What's my... Huh. Skylab. I see brake. Syllabic brake. Syllabic brake. Okay. Syllabic brake. I want to see some airplanes fly into my darn airport here. Daggum. Ever since I removed that control tower, this thing looks a little bit better. This is about the real tower view here. These things are just, there's too much depth. The zoom is weird. It's not, you're not close enough to the action. In real life, everything looks closer than this. It's kind of a, it's like a fisheye effect. Not sure if there's a way to change that. Like a field of view. Maybe there's like a config file or something where I can change that. So even with the PMDG loaded in, the airport seems to run fine. Who is this, I wonder? Brickyard going from Asheville. Brickyard is, could be a Delta or American or even United regional subcarrier. They fly for all three. There's that Piedmont that I saw fly through ages ago. Out of Charlotte, going to Roanoke. Shoot, that plane is much higher in real life. Added out of Dulles. Wait, where? Okay. Wonder where they're going. Atlanta or something. See somebody fly into this airport. Okay, so Let's see. Aircraft. Can I reset it? Looks like a reset something or something like, isn't there? Okay, anywho's. Yeah, so I didn't have the round the curve here done. That's why it didn't give me taxi instructions via that curve. Let's turn that off. Okay, center lines, lock them up. Follow kilo, lock it up. Choose taxiways. Create a path. There we go. This path will be called split it. Draw it in like that. This one shall be kilo. This one shall be kilo 3. And render taxi names. Go. Alright. This one shall be Juliet 3. That'll play. Alright, before I drive myself completely crazy with all this stuff, there's one thing I've got to do. Into the polygon layer. Let's create polygon. This goes so fast. This is going to be good stuff. So we'll start, say, here. Go. Start here. 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 There. 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 Ain't done yet. See, I'm just sort of painting my way around the perimeter of the airport here. Boom. Okay. Ooh, if I burn, fuel is pumping engines. Alright, so got this polygon at the very top selected. It goes around the perimeter like so. We're going to exclude roads. Sort of. Exclude all buildings. Buildings are gone. Exclude streetlights, power lines, vegetation. That's the one we want. Make vegetation go away. Junk. Okay. Good. So that is there. So airport, got our little area here. Very nice. We'll save that. So I'll go ahead and do a publish at this point. One skip, 2 done, no failed. Good. Alright, so we have the one parking spot. Still nothing actually flying to our airport, though. Why is this? Alright, got some from Hot Springs to Greensboro. What is this? Mitsubishi 300. It's a jet. Joining final for 2-3 left or right. Should be out here somewhere. Every time I do that, airplane skips along a little bit. Alright, well, it's about time to wrap this up. Got a parking spot. We've got a jetway. It works. Let's see if we could get some AI traffic on it. Would be nice. Let's see. Maybe we'll get some. Maybe this guy that's landing on 2-3 left right now will pop up on ADSB. Got an envoy on a downwind. It's out over yonder somewhere. It's coming in. Yeah, the sim traffic's just a little bit behind. So this is how the scenery's supposed to look right now. So there's one thing, Cephas, you tell me what you think of this. One problem I've come up with lighting, with runway lighting specific. Go ahead and no. Make it nighttime here real quick. So notice for these runways, you can see, I need to put some rails in there. My goodness. Let's do that right now. Runway object selected. What do we want? Oh, approach lights. No. Lights. No. Runway start. No. ILS. No. Okay, that's why it does that. So this is runway 14 number. Those buttons do nothing. I guess it's sending like crazy. Probably going to Charlotte. Is there any sight of traffic to Greensboro here? Guess planes just aren't allowed to come in here. Anywho, so here's part of the issue we've got here. Cephas, you tell me if you're still here even. So we got these runways, the lights that go down the runway, right? And then it becomes yellow at the end, right? We got that. I've already fixed that so that it works both sides, blah, 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 blah. So as long as you're aligned with the runway, you can see it just fine. There it is. Right? Green on one side, red on the other. There for the threshold lights. So when you get to the side of it, though, the double-sided lights, they only have like a 90-degree, like really like viewing radius, viewing angle. So if you get outside of that, they disappear. But the ones that you can see white on either side, right now I've got them set as omnidirectional. So that means you can see them from any angle. In real life, I would be able to see these runway lights from this angle. Even the yellow ones and everything. But here, I can't see them. So when you go kind of where the tower is, and as you know, I use this as sort of my barometer for whether these things are working correctly or not. So here's the tower view. All I see is I can't see these lights anymore. I see these lights really well, middle ones, and then not so much there. Now you turn around and look the other way, it gets really squirrely. I can't see these lights down here at all, which I should be able to see. So here's the choice that I have to make. As a developer, this looks awful. If you approach an airport, let's say I'm flying in from over here somewhere. This is a good example. Flying into the airport, I can see these lights, but I can't see these lights or these lights. That's not right. I'm only seeing half the lights. So what I could do is set it up so that I can't see any of them. So that these are double-sided lights still, just like the other ones are. So I can only see them when you're within that, whatever that angle of viewing is. You'll be able to see them down the runway just fine. Like, notice there's the gaps in here right now. That's going to get fixed with embedded lighting eventually. Down here, I don't think you can see these at all. But so you won't be able to see these lights for 1432 from this angle. But you'll be able to see all the rest of them. So that's kind of what I'm going for. I think that's what I'm going to do, is just make it so that they're all double-sided lights. Because right now it just looks ridiculous. I can see those, but not the rest of the runway. Does that sound crazy or good idea? I don't know. Oh, our PMDG is getting tossed around again. this Kodiak out here. This is what? This is Burlington? Yeah, this is Burlington Airport. That's kind of where I'm at. Like and subscribe, guys, by the way. And let me know what you think about that little dilemma in the comments if you made it this far. You see I've got all these taxiway lights on. It's amazing that they don't include a lot of the antennas and stuff that are around town in the lighting. What is this? Floating orbs. There's a lot of antennas and stuff that are missing. Let's see, this looks goofy how you can only see those lights. Out and rack goofy, in my opinion. All right, I've had enough. I'm at a point where I've got to get ready for work, guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We've made some progress. Really coming a long way with this airport. We've really come a long way, I should say. Things are starting to come together. That's yellow because we don't have any taxiways that can access that runway yet. Oops. What's path work here? Take that all and move it to the pass folder. Well, these folders get big. Oh, looks like we're actually flying out of Burlington now. Very nice. Man, that plane moved a long way. Our lonely, lonely gate. Jet bridge. I agree with you. So what's right from the air, I think, is to double-side it. Just have white on both sides. I think it's gonna make it look not weird. It'll make it look. I mean, right from the what's right from the ground, and versus the air. I don't know if how much difference it'll make, but I think there should be there should be a way for me to make it so I can the field of view is wider, because it's just too dang narrow for those lights. But I don't think there is a way for that yet. So we're gonna have to go one way or the other. I can't make the double-sided lights omni. I can't omni those. I can make them one-sided, and then just make two lights, but that's still only going to have that 90-degree narrow angle. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either. So they're either just going to have to be all white and without the yellow at the end, or double-sided the entire way. I think that's the only way to do it. My taxiway lights are omnidirectional, so those are working fine. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Night lighting is not a huge factor on these things, but something to think about. Hey, water. All right, I like where we're at. We've got a gate. We've got a parking spot. It puts my airplane way too far forward. But what are you gonna do? In fact, is there a way that I could select this and just move it back? No. Well, I mean, of course I can. Get the rotation gizmo. Alright, so still with this selected. We want to edit the position. Yeah, I could do that. I could put two lights on top of each other and offset them. The problem is you'd see both of them in both directions. Another thing that I'm thinking about, as soon as I put these flashing rail lights in, I was like, well, those aren't in the right spot, which is my usual complaint, right? And now it's already got me thinking, well, what do I have to do to fix that? And there's another property that I haven't played with, and that is getting flashing lights. I haven't played with that yet, but I could. I mean, I could figure that out pretty easily. Let's see, Google Earth, those flashing rail lights are located. Oh, that's pretty far outside of the airport. That's pretty. So that's these things right here. Probably make the most sense to turn that up. So I can, let's see. Scenery editor, light presets. Add a preset. Rail, select mesh. Search all. Runway. Rail light. Add a light. Unidirectional. No fade. Okay. Let's try it. Light row. Type is going to be well, hold on a doggone minute. Didn't name it. Rail test. Let's try that. Okay, so light row. It's not showing up. I've done something wrong. Let's see. Lighting, presets. Name, threshold green. Rail test. Selected mesh. Add lights. Light 0. Unidirectional. Duration. That's what we want. 0.25. Period. What does that mean? What does it all mean? Light presets. Presets. Capture presets, no. Light presets. Glossary. Light presets. Light row. Light presets. There we go. Okay, light row objects, light presets. Fresnel, bobbity bobbity bobbity. Okay. Intense duration. The duration of the light on phase. Period. The combined total period of the light being on and light off, including fades in and out. For example, setting the duration to 10 and the period to 20 would have an on of 10 and 10. So the total. Okay. So we want on of 5, period of 10, phase. What is phase? An offset value for the light period so you can create sequences. Oh, we don't care about that. 0. Okay, let's try this again. That's a problem. 0. Okay. Take this and say rail test. Boom. Not seeing any lights, guys. Oh, now I do. Okay, so back to that preset. This is too gosh darn long. Okay. FAA rail light standards. All right. Let's see. Runway under system provides rapid and positive identification of the runway. System consists of 2 synchronized unidirectional flashing lights. The lights are positioned on each corner of the runway landing threshold facing the approach area, aimed at an angle of 10 to 15 degrees. Rail is effectively the identification of a runway surrounded by the preponderance of other lighting, identification of That's nice. Tell me more. See if there's any literature available on this stuff. Anywho. So we can mess with this now and make it so that's like 0.2, 0.4. All right, I think I'll accept that. Thanks so much, Zephyrus, man. I got to head out also, so great to see you. Thank you, everybody else who came in and took a look. It's been educational today, man. It really has. I've learned a whole lot and gotten a lot of interesting work done. I think the product is coming along nicely. Part of the problem here is just the height of light that I put in. Yeah. Yeah, we need to raise that up a bit. So that is, let's see, 0.8. Okay. Marketer coming to the thing. Hi, Isaac. I'm just about to wrap this up. I got to go because I got to go to work in like 7 minutes. So I'm just trying to figure out these rail lights here, which I'm not having a whole lot of success with. So I want to try to get it further away. From the light. That does nothing. There's no way that I can like come out here. Okay. Anywho's. It's gonna have to do. That is gonna have to do. Because I don't have any more time. Alright, Isaac, man. Have a good rest of your day, buddy. It's good to see you. Everybody else, be good. Take care of yourselves. I will see you all later. I'll probably be back tomorrow morning-ish. Got a bunch of time. Nowhere else to go. You know, stuff like that. So, it's been great. Thanks for watching. We'll see you later.